Alrighty. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down to Crypto TA. And yeah, since we got our data, um we've been looking good. It has been a complete bull fest in the market. But we're gonna take a look at a couple of things here. Bitcoin right now. Let me minimize myself. Uh, Hold on. All right, had a little blooper in the background there, so I had to mute my mic real quick here. But taking a look here at the monthly chart, you can see that we did come back up and back test our macro trend line here off of the monthly. Very simple. You don't have to change any settings, no logarithmic or anything like that. You just connect from here to this point here, and then that stretches all the way out, and we have our trend line here. So I'm gonna delete, and then I'm just gonna put this back in here so you can see. That's all you got to do is that number right there. I'm just going to change my color back and lock it back in. All right. So that's it there. So we just came back up and we hit that for a good rejection spot. That was a great place to get short. Anyone who's interested in shorting, great short opportunity right there. Not too far away from it, but now on the higher time frame, we're not too far away from it. But on the lower time frame, I think you're a little bit too late to want to jump in or something like that. All right. So that's the monthly there. Looking good. Looking good. Take a look back here at the daily time frame. So if we're looking at the daily time frame and you draw out your fib level from this point, fib extension here to here to here, we simply came up and hit the 50% retracement level there, or 50% extension level here. That's 124,429 there. Then we pierce it just quite slightly. Yep, very slightly there. We have our range in here, so we're looking for price action to come back down. We want to see if we can hold this range in here, and that's drawn with the line perspective in mind here on our daily time frame. We start to lose that. Then we do have the golden pocket here, which is in line with this daily trend line here. Daily, weekly. I mean, I wouldn't call it a macro, but it's a pretty significant ascending trend line here for Bitcoin. And then if we start to slip that, then we could come back down here into the weekly level down here about $111,000. But for now, we're looking pretty decent over here. Looking pretty decent, especially since we had got this little nasty candle over here. I mean, we completely ate that up. All right, so this is going to be our daily time frame here. All right, so we're just coming back into one of our levels here, and I did make a modification over here. Just updated the zones to highlight the new data. So very slight changes, very slight, but the new data was coming from this move up here, so I did justify it for that. So when our pullbacks will be a little bit more accurate as far as our zones are concerned here. All right, got the golden pocket sitting here. Nice little trend line here. We could look for price to break this trend line if that's something that's going to happen. Now, if this happens, if we do start to break this trend line, it's not really the trend line that I'm concerned with. It's losing this 786 here. So if we start to lose this 786 here, I can see we're going to start having problems on our daily time frame. So be aware of that. And then once we lose this, we're at risk of coming down here and putting in some sort of a chotch here for our 4-hour time frame. So we're going to be keeping an eye on this. And in the event that that happens, otherwise, we'd be looking for price to bounce away from this zone here and continue to move up. Hopefully, we're getting to that around $130,000 roughly here for Bitcoin. If we're not doing that, like I said, we start to lose this 786, which is more important than this little small minor trend line that we recently put in here. Getting a chotch over here on the 4-hour time frame, and then potentially coming down here to the golden pocket 786, which is sitting in here between roughly 116,700 to 114,006 here. And then that also brings us back down here to that daily trend line that we were just looking at over on the daily time frame, but this trend line here, and we start to break that, then we'll start looking a little bit lower. I need to change this, and therefore I'm going to delete it. All right, yeah, I'm just going to delete that. Okay. We do still have this fresh print over here from the daily time frame that we have not tapped back into. So we'll just keep that in mind there. Let's zoom out a little bit more. 1 hour time frame here. All right, I dropped another fib in here. It may have been the same. Let me see, 121. That's slightly different. So the 1 hour fib in here, just pulled from this low here up to the high here. We're close to coming into that. We also have a momentum line in here with this golden pocket here. So we'd be looking for price action to hold here around the golden pocket itself. And then we can, of course, add that same trend line in here. It's not the end all be all. We can add it in here just in case, just to have it over here on this time frame as well. And I'm putting it on the low there. Yeah, putting it on the low there. All right. So I just went ahead and added that to price action here. All right. So let me get rid of that for a minute there. Because I don't stream on Wednesdays, I try to do my best to just keep the subscribers up to date, my followers on X, up to date in terms of what was happening with Bitcoin price action and where you could potentially, find some resistance points. But we did cover that on stream on Tuesday. So all of that should have still worked out really good. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Mm-hmm. All right, so this is just one of the posts that I shared. Well, I was just letting you know that I did close out my long position that we opened first when we got the CPI data. I closed that out because we kept rejecting it here. So I'm gonna walk us back. I'm gonna take us back over here to the other chart so we can see that in a minute. But I did close out in here. I did keep my long position from much lower open, so I'm still looking relatively well with that long position there. And just a couple of places that we were looking at for that resistance in here, which we hit all of those markers and saw some rejections in there. So those are some great sniper entries for you guys there. We did, if you didn't notice, we did have a inverse head and shoulder here. Um, you can see it pretty clear here on the 15-minute time frame. So I was just letting you know that this left wing over here, or right wing, actually right wing over here, was looking really nice. And as long as this stayed up, and Bitcoin price action was a safe bet, a safe bet, and we just look for higher. All right, and for some reason in here, yeah, I read it out as a wrote it out as a left wing, but I'm facing the PC, so it is a right wing. All right, so that's that. All right, and so this is what I was in the middle of doing, was trying to highlight our new levels of interest in here and take some of these things away over here that we actually did hit. All right, so I'm taking this away, taking that away, and we're just going to start looking at some new zones in here. I don't think I need this, and I didn't really see anything that was significant with that one. So I took that, taking that away. And I'm changing them to green because coming back down, you want this to hold that support in here. And this is just off the 15-minute time frame again, not the bigger picture, just the 15-minute time frame here. All right, we didn't hold this one, which is cool. It might still have some relevancy. So let's do this. See if that wants to act as a little bit of resistance coming back up. And this big juicy candle up here. That looks interesting. Yep, that was quite interesting. All right, so at the moment we are looking for this to hold in here. Let me just draw a fib on this. This isn't really the greatest place. But it is in between the golden pocket 786. Yeah, we'll see if we hold here. All right, for Bitcoin, I do need to go in and update some things here on the chart. All right, it looks like Sui is taking a little bit of a tumble here for Sui. Yeah, I opened up a Sui long position last night. I was watching this, and let me take us over here to the Sui chart real quick. So I'm watching Sui last night, and let me get rid of this. I'm gonna put that back on because that's important. So I'm watching Sui last night. Failed that, and I'm looking at this here. So we continued to hold this. So I just dropped a little line on that. You know, my line perspective here. I didn't catch it off of this golden pocket 786. It just wasn't interesting anyway there. So I got long off of this trend line right here. And it was a nice run up. And somewhere in the middle of the night, I got up and I looked at it and I'm like, yay, Sui looks great. I'm in profit. This morning before I come on stream, I'm stopped out because it had completely dropped on me. But that's okay. So I didn't get to take any profit because I was looking a little bit higher up here for Sui. So I didn't get to take any of the profit. It all went back to the market, and I was stopped out when I woke up. So I mean, not woke up, but once, right before I got ready to get on stream and all that good stuff. Like, I'm wiped out. So it's okay. It's okay. I've been trying not to do too much trading here and leverage trading and just really filling my bag on my spot position. But this, yeah, this sucked. This really sucked because it was looking so nice. It was looking so nice. I was like, yay, I'm in profits over here. Then, whoa, the market took it all back. All right. So what I was looking at over here, this is just coming from the 4-hour time frame here. So let me just put that back on here. So this is coming from the 4-hour time frame, and you can see here how these two are getting closer together here. This is the 5 and 10. So this is indicating that we could be seeing a cross between our 5 and 10 EMA on our 4-hour time frame. So let me just pop us over here to the 4-hour real quick so we can see that. So you can see that in here for Sui, potentially getting a 5 and 10 EMA cross. And you can see how 5 and 10 EMA crosses have worked before in the past for Sui, and what that could mean for price action once we do get a cross on that. So just be aware of that if you are in a Sui long position. We did come up. We hit the $4.12 weekly level here for that rejection. Crossover and cross back down. That is your short point there. I really didn't pay too much attention to that. All right. A little bit of a small reaction in here from the momentum line. Now, Sui is one of those. Let me stretch this out now because we did that. I don't feel like Sui works very well with I completely lost my voice then. I don't think it works very well with field retracement levels, but right now we are around that golden pocket. We are hitting a momentum line here on the 4-hour time frame from here, from this little point here up to here. I may need to draw one off of this level here. So let me move this one because we didn't hit this one either. Which that's Sui for you. You be waiting on that golden pocket tap and you just don't get it. All right. So I'm going to stretch this out over here. Let me just put it on that point so I know where we're at. Okay, so potentially back in here to about 382. But right now we are holding the golden pocket in here, at least until we do start to see that cross between that 5 and that 10. And I'm going to drop us back down to that lower time frame there. Let me just look at it. Let me use the actual EMAs here. And let's just see what's in line over here. So that would be this 786 in here. So we'll keep our eyes on this golden pocket in 786 here for SUI. And if we start to do more than that, then, it could be about 372 or where we have the 200 EMA here. So we might have some problems. We got a little situation on our hand over here. Turn that one off. Got a little bit of a situation on our hands over here, okay? For SUI. And the market could be selling off a little bit because we're coming into what do we have this morning? We have PPI, I believe. A purchasing power index. That's what I believe we have this morning. Let me just double check on that and see. Yep. We have PPI at 8:30. We also have unemployment claims at 8:30 as well. So not sure if I had us on this time frame or if I dropped this down a little bit more to the 15-minute time frame. Yeah, this is good here. 15-minute time frame is great. See if I see anything in here, any honorable mentions. This was a nice little accumulation point in here. So I'm just going to highlight this out. It's this here. I mean, it's basically in between the golden pocket 786 anyway, but I'm just going to highlight it out just because we coiled. And you can see from here, you can see right here, we had this mother bar and this inside bar here, and we coiled in here before we got this push out. So hopefully this will hold for us, and then this could end up being a good long position here. As long as we don't start to break down those EMAs or lose momentum, let's just put it like that with those EMAs. Let's just stretch that out over here. All right, so I am assuming the risk here around this golden pocket right now. So that is what I am doing. Hold on. Yeah. All right, and we'll see how this goes for me. Now, if we do start to lose this golden pocket over here as well, we will also be losing the 200, it looks like. Yeah, so we're sitting on top of the 200 EMA here. So I'm going to be risk on here for SUI. We start to slip that, and of course I'm going to have to cut it because we don't want to be trading below the 200 EMA. So that is how that is looking here. Volume is quite low. Just go ahead and take a look at XRPZ. I just wanted to look at SUI a little bit more and see. I might, yeah. Let's see. Yep, just note that I'm long on this right now. Hopefully I don't get wiped out or anything. Take a look at XRP. All right. XRPZ. And I do need to zoom out for some of these here. It looks kind of interesting. I don't like it when it's at the top. So I tend to ignore it when I see it like that. But that does look quite interesting. All right. I'm not liking this 4-hour chart already this morning. For XRP, let's take this away. And we'll take this away here. And I mean, we have to take that away. And we have to see if we can hold here. This isn't, no, it just didn't have enough muscle. I wanted to say this, but it just didn't have enough muscle to take out this top just yet. So we could still look for that to happen. Otherwise, let's see, if we fail to come back up here on that, then we could be seeing this 302 again. We could be. For XRP. Got a little trend line in here. I don't really like the way this is shaping up. I don't really like that. Let's see. All right, so we're just on this trend line and we have this little, and I don't know, I don't like that too much. Bear with me one sec here. Let me see something. Yeah. What I would have been looking at for it, it looks like it's already trying to react to that. So if that's lost, yeah. So XRP actually on this 4-hour time frame, it does need to hold where price is right now. Where price is currently, it needs to hold here. And if it's not doing that, then yes, we could be looking back here at this 302. 302 price target. And maybe then we actually will look. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to highlight some things and you'll see it pop up over there for XRP. All right. I got this in here. This is the one that we're currently at that we really need to see price bouncing away from in here. And then there's this one. Change this color to red, orange, yellow. And then let's see. All right. Mm-mm-mm. So we have some bounce zones within this little area right here for price action. And then this might be, this is just a 4-hour. This could come back and be a rejection point in here. If we do start to break down from here. It's just some little small petty moves in here. And I kept it to that. And then let me do this one more little zone in here for XRP, which is just before we make our way to that 302 in the event that price does start to tumble a little bit. And we might get another surprise move like we did with CPI. Yeah. So this is just before VWAP. All right. So we got this in here. We can look for price to come back and hold this right here. If it does start to lose, but this is a very critical area right here. This 323, this is very important right here for XRP in the moment. All right. See how Solana is doing here. All right, Solana. All right, we made our way up out of our 188, 164 range in here, which is great. Rejecting here at our 207. Get past our 207 and 227 is the next level of interest here for Solana. It's pretty simple here with Sol and these levels in here. So, yep, just a little reaction here at our 207. Take volume away. Let me come out a little bit more here. All right, so just taking the liquidity from here at the moment and not actually seeing that closure above. So we do want to see that with Solana here on the daily time frame, and the day is still young. So at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we are getting a closure above this level and we're not just simply wicking and rejecting from it. Very important with this little channel that we have mapped out here for Sol. And like I said, we're closing above it. Then I'm looking for us to come up here to the 227, which also coincide with the top side of this channel. We start to break out the top side of this channel. Then we have 243 and 257 here as well. And then we start to get back into some price discovery for Sol outside of the high over here. At the moment, it does look pretty decent here at the moment. Let me just take a look at all the crap I have open now here, which is everything. Um, mm, mm, mm. What do I have down here? Okay, my MACD and my RSI now. Okay, so that's a little bit better for me. It's had so much crap. I analyze a lot of indicators. I do. I see how they I study them with price action. It's my thing. I love to study. All right, so what I wanted to see was the RSI anyway. That's what I wanted to see. RSI. See what the RSI is looking like. All right. Oof. It looks like if we do get this push up, we will have some bear divs here for Sol on this daily time frame. I mean, we can already see that just taking the liquidity up here, we was already, a huge bear div here. That could be problematic. Let's take a look at the 12-hour. Okay, so we've already identified the bearish case here for Solana, which is simply going to be if, doesn't have to. Yeah, I don't like the bear div, but let's just see. Let's switch. Is that right? Okay, just making sure I was on the right line. Looks like some sort of an inverted head and shoulder in here. Let me just see what that measure was. All right, so that is potentially getting up here to that 227 if conditions are met. So maybe today Solana can find a muscle to push up into that 227, but at that point it would be a huge bear dip and I would be looking for a rejection. We're already rejecting here with the grab of this liquidity and this weekly level here, which is some pretty good resistance right here. So if we reject and on the move back down, want to at least hold this 188. Let me see if there's anything in here. Yeah, it's it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Just looking at a 4. Let me move to it daily and see if there's anything in here that might suit my fancy. To 195. That's what that looks like. Maybe we could just focus on that here. All right. All right, so possibly a shallow retracement here, potentially just back here, and this is down to about 195 here, so 198.72 to 195 here for Solana. And let me just make sure I know that is a 1 day here around this high in here, which I don't see it as a back test of that high. So in that event, I would look forward to break it and then reclaim it and then look at getting up here like that for Solana. If we do start to push down a little bit more, you want to make sure we're reclaiming this. Otherwise, we come back into our zone on any sort of a bearish move. And that's going to be for Solana. All right, let me zoom back out and see what we're looking like. And this is what we caught wind here the last time as well. And I'm going to leave it like that. Just something in between these two zones right here for Solana. BNB. All right. So we got through this little 4-hour level in here that we rejected the last time. It looks like we got up here to this daily one and we rejected off of that daily real quick. And now we're continuing to push up for BNB. Now let me see if I need to adjust these over here for BNB since we've now fulfilled everything that was there for it. Let's see. So nothing changed for this 4-hour one. So I'm going to leave this one in here on any sort of a move back down. We can look back at this high here. And I don't see a reason that I need this one anymore. Nope. I don't see a reason I need this one anymore. But what I am going to do, let's see. I just like the lows on this. Not really that candle, but this one. I'll keep it, just dropping it down a little bit. I don't need this one. I will move this one. I will delete this one. All right, so I deleted that one, and then I will keep this one. and just change it to that. All right, and this is just our 4 hour. All right, so this is coming into what we have that weekly at here. That's fine. All right, and as we do start to push higher in here, BNB is in price discovery, I do believe. So, oof, this one looks really good. Looks really good. If there's something that you're not losing on right now is, and it's no coincidence, is BNB and Tron. The two besties are doing pretty good. Look back at Bitcoin real quick. All right. Just wanted to make sure I wasn't over here drowning with Suey. All right. Let me see. Let me put us on a daily. See what we got here on the daily here for BNB. Yeah, this is actually also a daily. It reads a 4 hour. I let it stay like a 4 hour, but it's actually a daily level, so that's pretty good. Oh, that must have been why. So that's what it was. Okay, I was actually on the daily time frame. That was what it was. I was on the daily time frame, and and that's why I was like, I don't need that 4 hour anymore. I can see it now, and I can see that I actually do still need it to be there. Um, so let me just readjust that, as I didn't realize that I was on the wrong time frame at the time. But I'm just gonna keep it to yeah, to the zone right here. Where we had all that clutter at here on the 4 hour. So just this, yeah, just need to highlight this entire zone in here, and then I'll just stretch it out a little bit in here. But that actually was the 4 hour level in there, and then the other one that I deleted. It's not the end all be all, so I'll just leave that one out. I don't think it worked that way. It didn't do much for price action anyway. It was in here. It was across here. Um, all right. So maybe I do just put it back. I don't see a reason for it. Yeah, it was right across here. So I will just put it. Screw it. I'm gonna take it off. We'll draw a fib if we're gonna come back on BNB. Let me come back out here to a daily. All right, that just so happened to line up with that 50. How about that? All right, so just added those fib extensions here for BNB. Let me see if there's anything else in here for BNB. Let me look at it 12. So far, I mean, we would just be looking for the bullish continuation over here for BNB. It actually looks pretty good on any sort of a move back down. Let's just say we start to consolidate and get a move back down, then I'd really be looking at that 827 for BNB. But otherwise, it looks pretty good. I don't see anything over here thus far. So these first two boxes, for the time being, these first two are going to be the most important here. So the 827.96, super duper important. And then this is where we start to get in critical territory here. If we start to drop here, this is critical. So I want to make sure that we maintain here. And that's 812 to 800 here for BNB. Otherwise, we continue to look up and look for the golden pocket 786 to be the next zone of interest to the upside here for BNB. This is the one right here. Ada, I did post on this and I said I was looking for this measure move to happen off of this double top for a good entry, not looking to short, just looking for a good entry down here. That didn't happen. We met the condition of, let me take this off the chart now. I did share that because if it's not right, it's not right. It didn't happen. So I posted on that. I post on what don't happen too. All right, take that away. All right, we finally got that break above that 822. We finally got that break above this weekly downtrend, this descending trend line here on the weekly time frame. We finally got that break above this. That's a nice move for Ada. That's a nice move for Ada. And that last move down happened to be the top side of that inefficiency that we were looking at. That happened to be the last move. And I thought that we were going to get it. I thought I was going to be able to get an entry in on this one just a tad bit lower. That didn't happen. So I'm not in it. But that's nice. Finally got that break above here. So beautiful here for Ada. You can see the next level. If Ada continues to push, we'll be looking at 110 next. Get past that 110, be looking at 120 to 131. And I mean, this is nice. I didn't map out too much over here. Actually, yeah. So once you get through here, you just have to start looking at daily levels to see if you have some sort of a resistance in here, which I don't have any daily levels in here right now. And it's just up and away up here to 307. So there's really nothing in regards to any major resistance. Not when you start to get super bullish. When you start to get super bullish, once you get to here, once you get past here, then it that's a nice move up to there. Because yeah, in the bull market, that's how it goes. I tried to find some places in here for Ethereum in terms of just simply rejecting with daily levels, and it worked, but not for long. So when you have a gap like this in between money coming in and money coming out, then you just be looking up there. So next 110, 131. If it keeps pushing, got those higher targets up there. And let me just settle down a little bit and let me look back out a little bit here on this daily. Actually, let me move to a 12-hour because 24 hours in a day. That looks really nice and strong there. That looks really nice and strong. That looks good. Ada did well. It did really well. Hiccups here. All right, and it's trying to see. Now, in the event, let me move to a 12 on this one here too. All right. So in the event that we do, for some reason, because we want to look at our bullish and our bearish case here, in the event for some reason we do start to see some sort of a retracement here for ADA, we would start out looking at this trend line that we broke. So we'll be looking at a back test of this trend line here. And then we basically just be walking things back down to where ADA actually got the breakout from, which is going to be around that 82 and that 78. So that right now is the critical zone for ADA, and you'll know it if we do start to come back and back test the trend line, and we don't bounce away from that trend line. So that is what you would be looking for in a bearish case for ADA. If it comes back and doesn't bounce off of that trend line, then we're in a little bit of a pickle for ADA, and we'd be coming back down here to where we saw the breakout happen here when we got that CPI data. Okay, so that's ADA. You have the VWAP in here as well. But otherwise, we'd be looking for it to continue to push up. Everything looks nice and strong at the moment, but I know that things can change and they can change quickly. All right, RSI is looking good. Blue line is getting close to crossing up, so that's going to be a nice look here too. So that is showing that there is some true momentum taking place over here for ADA. So hopefully that does cross up and doesn't slump down or anything like that. But right now, RSI looks pretty good. And take a look here. I mean, we're fine over here right now too. Last time on this 12-hour chart was back here, and you can see even here we started to put in let's see, was that bearish divergence? Not between that point and that point, it wasn't until this point we put in the bear div. So you can see that sometimes you will just go sideways on here with this indicator, and then you'll get a major drop. But that looks good. Looks good so far. So we'll see what happens. This was pretty decent in here. I don't see anything wrong in here. I mean, I don't see anything wrong in here just yet. So that looks pretty decent. RSI looks pretty good for ADA. 12. Let me look at the 4 here. 4 can be testy. The 4 can be very testy. And we're inside right now, so that could be giving us some sort of an indication that we could sell off in here a little bit. Let me just set this to base. No, I'll leave it like this. No, I don't want those white lines to be there and be confusing. So we could be setting up a base drop. I mean, we still got 2 hours on here to see if this is actually going to close in here. So we could be setting up a base drop. And this is just on the 4. So I can see and hear now. I can't catch everything sometimes, but I can see and hear now. In hindsight, you see everything, right? Sometimes you just overlook things. I can see and hear now. We had a small one in here. and that carried us up there. And then we come over here. We did the same thing here. And that one carried us up. Just got a couple of shooting stars in here. Seems to like shooting stars. So we'll keep that in mind. That it seems to like shooting stars, and then it also likes inside bars. So this isn't strong enough right now, not compared to what we've seen here in the past. We got this one, and that one. Let me just zoom out. Sometimes you just have to zoom out. It did an outside over here, outside and engulfing on this drop. Engulfing there, shooting star there. All right, just wanted to see what kind of shenanigans Ada likes to be up to, but just continue to watch that there. I'm gonna take these off. And leave this one on. So just continue to watch this if you're into Ada. See how you respond in here with this inside bar here. If it remains as an inside bar in the next 2 hours. Let me zoom out. 15. Looking like a little head and shoulder in here thus far. Shoulder, head, potential shoulder, but nothing's confirmed yet. And like I said, we want to back test and bounce away. You do have that 92 in here, this weekly level right here. Could see it just tap this too. So yeah, let's keep an eye out for that with the ADA. All right, H bar. All right, H bar, we finally made our way up here to this golden pocket. Like we've had this thing drawn out here for weeks now. And we finally made our way up here to it. So um we do have quite a bit of resistance in here. Just trying to get to this level is going to take a lot for H bar, but I do see H bar kind of shaping up to do another explosive move. It will take a little bit of time for that to happen. But yeah, significant resistance in here. Significant resistance in here for our little H bar. Um, I'm sorry. Hi, Dylan. Sorry I missed it. Your chat. Hi, new here. What is your strategy you tend to use the most? My strategy I tend to use the most is I like trading inside bars. I like trading ranges. Um, I'm really big on momentum breaks. So that's another thing for me. I focus a lot on momentum. Um, Yeah, so I would say between finding where we have like inside bars, I like to look at 4 hour inside bars the most. Um, and then from that, then it would be momentum. So those are my two greatest strategies there. Momentum and inside bars. 4 hour. 4 hours specifically. Like I'll see them on lower time frames and that's cool and all, but I really like when I see them on the 4 hour time frame. And then I just build a bias around that. I also like Bollingers. I like the Bollinger Band. I don't have a single strategy because things change, which is why I play with a lot of indicators too, is because you need to, I mean, you're not going to wear a leather jacket in Alaska, right? So, I like to put on the layers I need to put on for the environment change in the market. So I tend to look at a lot of indicators and see how they respond to price action, how they connect with the price action anyway. All right. Let's see. And thank you. I cannot pronounce your name, but thank you for the wonderful compliment. You're looking good. Thank you. All right. Um H bar. Yep. I was about to get into something that I was seeing. All right, let me drop that. All right. Let me push out here. Wasn't the weekly. It wasn't the weekly. Um, my computer did like a refresh. It did a refresh on me, and when it refreshes, it tends to change everything, all of my settings and things like that. And then, yeah, I'll also get flooded with a bunch of indicators on that I may not have had on. I may or may not have had them on because when it refreshes, it just pops up everything. Everything. Let me see, where was it that I was looking for here? I can't find it. I'm gonna change this. Change this to 50. All right. This can go anyway here. Looking at it from there, anything can happen there. One thing that is clear, if you start to lose it'll be the 50. Let me see. I mean, we know we have major resistance here, which is why we got that rejection, but we have major resistance here as well. So, um, Hedera, all we can hope for with Hedera right about now is to continue to range in here and then build up the strength to get that push out. We do have, we are inside here. We do have a range in here, which is from this high and this low here. So we got a bearish mother with two bullish babies inside. Trying to see what was happening with that. It's a tad bit late. Yeah, that's a tad bit of late information there for H bar. I don't know. We're stuck. We're stuck over here with H bar. And if we start to come back down and we drop that golden pocket, we start to come back down and we drop um time frame am I on over here? The 12 hour. According to the 12 hour with that little nasty wick we got right now, we start to lose here. Actually, it's even before that. It's 25. So if we can't hold this high over here, let me just put it like this. If we can't hold this high over here, then we might be in a little bit of trouble here with H bar. This high is important, and of course, we start to lose this whole zone up here. Of course, I mean that's where we have the VWAP at, and this is what we've been fighting to try to get out of. But we do that, then we could be making some moves back down here for Hedera. Right now, I mean, with H bar, when it pumps, and when it doesn't, when it dumps. Like you get these really strong moves out of it, and then you'll get a sell off, really strong move, and then a sell off. It has never, actually, I came down a little bit too far. It's never taken out on the monthly. Let me see. Yeah, it does. Yeah. So when you get the strong move, you might get a strong sell off. You get a nice move, a sell off, a strong move, a sell off, a strong move. And we're back in that strong move phase. And we know that we're hitting all the resistance we can hit in here. It just doesn't, yeah. I have taken no profit on this trade just yet. Um, and it was a really good entry, and I've taken zero profit off of it so far. Um, It wasn't a lot of money put on it either. It was a beginner friendly entry. And I wanted to enter in, I wanted to actually add in some real capital on this, but I'm gonna have to postpone that for now because we're just up against the wall right now. And this line right here, the orange line here, this is just drawn from the line perspective across here, and it just happens to line up really good here with the standard deviation 1 or bandwidth 1 here for the VWAP, and that VWAP is drawn off of this low here. So it's drawn off of this candle low here, and then you can see how nicely H bar has respected this VWAP and the bandwidth 1 very well here within this zone. And it's going to take a lot to get us past this zone. Otherwise, we're not getting past this wall. And then we will see a correction back down. This is really flat. So we can do anything between that 12 and all the way back down here to the low, because that's what it's done. I haven't seen any other charts that on the monthly time frame that look like this. Most of them, and that is a higher low, but regardless, yeah, most of them, you can draw an ascending trend line on. It's really hard to get a nice looking ascending trend line here off of on H bar's lows. But that's what we have to deal with here with H bar. I don't see. Yeah. Yeah. So we just got some major resistance in here. So with H bar, I'm just simply looking for it to pull back down. And again, I would look to see if we can hold this box in here. Look to see if we can hold this box and hold this high over here. So 25.6 to 25. That's going to be that. If not, then we will be changing some market structure over here on the 4-hour time frame, potentially changing some market structure here on the 4-hour time frame. All right. Floki. I moved it up. I don't really get into meme coins like that, but I moved it up. You know, I covered this one on Saturday, and I gave an entry here for it, which was off of here, which was the low here. I did give that entry. Seems like I got some things turned off. Let me move to it was a daily. So we were observing the daily time frame here. And we were talking about, and this is where I had my blooper, and I did cover a couple of altcoins, and Floki was one that I didn't actually flip the chart over here to be on the actual screen. And then by the time I realized that, I did come back and cover it, and I put it on the real screen here. And we talked about how with Floki, one of the simplest things you'll find with Floki is that Floki tends to fill in inefficiencies. It does it repeatedly. So there is an inefficiency down here at the low down here. And this inefficiency is, 0.408, 0.407 here. So it may want to do this, but we did, I did post on this again and say, hey, if you're in it, then you should be taking some profit, because I can see that you're around some resistance right now, and protecting yourself if you did take that entry here. So what we showed was this was a potential rejection off of this box here, but you can see when price came up, it rejected before it tapped into this box here, which is where we have another inefficiency sitting at here. It rejected before it got there, but the idea was it rejects from here, it comes down, tags the 786, and then pushes back up, and then that would be your entry point to get long, which was off of the low of the inefficiency field. So that was a really good sniper entry here for Floki. Starting to pull back quite a bit. I did notice a lot of the meme coins on their 2-day. It was either the 2-day or the 3-day time frame was hitting the lower portion of the had a cloud cover on the RSI, and that potential rejections were coming in, which is another reason why I posted and said, hey, you should be locking in some profit on this right here, because you never know. You'd be looking for something to happen and then it just doesn't. But the idea is that we come back up at least into this midpoint here on the 1-week time frame. And what I do like about the Floki chart, with the exception of price potentially, I can't say that it will, but there is always the possibility that it could come back down here and want to fill in this 1 day here, because like I said, it is very good with filling in inefficiency. So you find one of those, you can easily trade it, fills it in completely. Like you had this one here, price is going to come back down, it's going to fill in that inefficiency, and then you'll end up getting some sort of a bounce away. Like, it's really good with that, really good. I don't think I've ever seen a chart, that's that good with just coming back and filling in any inefficiencies and moving away. So you had the one over here for the bounce. I left some older ones in here because these are from the weekly time frame, so they should act as some sort of a resistance or something like that. So this would have been a take place, a take profit zone right here if we do continue to see the move up for Floki, and then the last one would be there for Floki. But it's really good with these inefficiencies. So what I do like about Floki though is the Bollinger. I'll just put it on the standard Bollinger here for Floki, and we'll go out here to the weekly time frame. This is really why I got interested in it. It did do what Chainlink did, which is on that first push out, it instantly got a red candle, which indicated some sort of a discrepancy here and the price action, which pushed price back in. But it is holding, and it's holding around the highs in here the same way Chainlink did. The same way Chainlink did in here. So it is holding these highs in here. So hopefully it continues to respect that, and then we can see that push up and out here for Floki. I did open up a spot position on this, you know, and I do have a stop on this. Even though it is spot, I do have a stop on it just because it's a meme coin and you don't want to be sitting in it and getting wrecked, okay? But so far, so far it's fine. I love the squeeze on it. I like to see us continue to play out the momentum here to push up. Now, it did have a problem over here. You can see how it got the first green and then it flipped into a red here. And then that indicated, again, a discrepancy in price action. Like, And then it, most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, you will see a correction. It did it over here too, where we pushed out. At least we got two more greens, but this was a really, really, really tight squeeze in here. So we got two greens in here. We went red, and then you can see how we got our little correction in here. And then it came back up, and I think everything in the market somewhere around in here, around this time, may have seen some sort of a bear div or something. But yeah, I mean, right now it does remind me so much of Chainlink. So much of Chainlink. And we talked about Chainlink repeatedly when I identified the squeeze on it. And I was like, I don't know. I'm hearing a lot of people say Chainlink don't look good. And I was like, no, it looks really good to me. It looks really good to me. And speaking of which, let's jump over into Chainlink right now. And so this is what we were like with Chainlink. And Chainlink, you see how Chainlink got that little red bar there too? And these were the targets that I've been looking for Chainlink. And I said, well, this is kind of weird. Once we did get the push out, the break from the squeeze here on the weekly time frame, I was like, this is kind of weird because it jumped into this little red bar here relatively early. Like it did it over here. And I was like, okay, well, it didn't do much when it did it over here, but at least from this squeeze here, we got multiple green candles before we jumped into a red bar. So we just got a little small correction over here. We came in a little bit more here on the back test here of the neckline here from the W formation. And then we just continued up. And I said I keep my eyes on here and to here for Chainlink price action. But this is very similar to what Floki looks like right now. So we'll see how it goes. Chainlink continues to look nice. Wicking back inside of our weekly zone here. This is, I already have the numbers on it. I'm sorry. 23777 here. So just kind of wicking back inside of this. But again, I'll be looking for that 25, that's 25 here to 28. And then we get past that and look for that 31 to 32 up there for Chainlink. And I just try to keep it simple. If the market gives more, gives a stronger rally than it gives it. But in the meantime, I just tried to keep it simple and say, I know that we'll do this much right here, and then the rest of it just be dessert. So we missed that low here by, let's see, that hit 24,730. All right. So we're almost there. I know that there are some bear divs in here, but see if we're seeing it on the weekly. See, this is still expanding. So that's nice. It's still expanding. And see, I didn't look at, I'm sorry. I'm going to come back over here. Let me just look at Floki again and see if I did see that on the weekly. Yeah, so we did have that there. I still have my notes in here for some things about this move in here. So we're not above that 50 at the current moment. We're not above the 20 SMA at the moment. So we do want to see this push back up and carry us above the 20 SMA. That's the other thing in here too. I'm sorry, I'm gonna get us back over there on Chainlink, and then I need to look back at let me look back at SUI. So I don't want to be over here getting wrecked with SUI. We're still fighting to hold that golden pocket. I don't want to lose any more money. All right. So one of the things I did notice over here with Floki is, let me see if I go out 2 week. That's coming up. See, it's pretty close to crossing that 20 SMA here on the 2 week as well. I think that was as far as I was able to go out. Yeah, that was as far as I was able to go out. And I might still have this set on a 50. I'll put that back to 20. I'm so sorry. Put this back to 20. That might have been why I didn't see what I was looking for. All right. So you can see it's been a long time. It's really, 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 really close. It's really, really close. It's higher than it was back over here. So it's really close to a monthly time frame, actually getting an opportunity to flip up the 20 SMA. If that happens, you'll see these targets in here for sure for Floki. But we want to see that happen. It's close, at 0.44, you know, got like a point, got to get back up, get up to 50, but 0.44 isn't bad here. And then we can see these targets in here, mainly this one here, which is the final TP for Floki. We'll see if that happens. And you'll see the difference here with Link. So you can see with Chainlink, you can see the difference here. With Chainlink on the monthly time frame, that was a nothing burger. An instant cross up there. Here on this move down here, you just kind of back tested it, and then you got to push up, put in a little bit of a bear div here on your Bollinger, and then you push back down. And this is just simply the Bollinger percent. So it's a free indicator. The Bollinger percent is. I just added highs and lows to it. You can do the same, but this is all this is here. And then here, how we continued down until we finally got that flip back above here. So the monthly time frame looks really nice here for Chainlink. It looks pretty good over here so far. Still pushing in for that follow through for the end of that expansion. And I think over here, the expansion, yeah. So it's into where I'm looking at in here. What I'm saying, this line here, and then this is just up above it. So maybe we expand a little bit outside of this top one here, which means taking the liquidity from this pivot over here. That's all that simply means, taking the liquidity from that pivot and expanding in for that final move that I'm looking for. But it can go higher. As always, it can go higher. But this is just what the monthly is showing me. Let me hide the drawings for a second so I can see. Yeah, so you're really getting close to that 25, 23 now. on your monthly. And everything that crossed above the 20 SMA on the monthly time frame has been smoking. It has been really nice. ADA, all of those, all of these. If I just real quick here, XRP, you can see when XRP did it here, how it popped back up there. You can see it over here with Solana just starting to do it again. Back over here off of that dip, it pushed back up. Sui, Sui has never fallen below it ever, which is crazy. BNB from back here. ADA with that bump right there. This one here, like that's good. H bar over here. I just need for this to do the same thing. That would be nice. And we looked at how Link did it. All right. And then Hype is too new to even have any data on that. All right. So let me push out here on Hype. See what we're looking like here with Hype. All right. So we got through this one. And then we have this one up here left. This is when I was looking at it on Tuesday, like a potential retracement, which we did not do, just based on Bitcoin dominance, and Bitcoin was dropping at the time. But after CPI data, we just bounced away from this zone here. So I am going to take these two away. They won't be as relevant right now. Let me just look at the RSI. Critical zone here on the RSI, bear div here off of the highs. So we are seeing that little bit of a pullback here. I'm just going to drop a fib on this. Not sure how this thing works with Fibonacci retracement levels. You have some altcoins that just don't work well with Fibonacci retracements. We can see the highs in here. This stuff is so close. I'm just going to take some stuff away. I'm going to focus on this low in here, this midpoint in here, and then I'll keep this one. So we can see how we react in here if it does start to lose. It's trying to hold on inside this zone here, but if it does start to lose this zone in here, then we can start to look at, I don't like this dark purple. I'm sorry. All right. Then we can start to look at it potentially coming back into here to this golden pocket. Let me see what this looks like. The EMA ribbons looks pretty good here on the 4-hour time frame. So if it does start to get across between the 5 and the 10, a lot of times you will see how it came back down here around this 2060, around the 60. So you would just skip one EMA and look for a potential retest of the next one. So I would say about the 786 in here on the low, pending we don't take the lows out in here. If we do start to get a little bit more bearish in here for whatever reason, then that's what I'll be looking at, somewhere closer around what the 786 is. And I don't think there was anything. Yeah, somewhere close around what 786 is for sure. If we do start to get a little bit more bearish in here, see. Yeah, just looking for the bear div to play out. For Hyperliquid. Let me check back in on Bitcoin, and I'm gonna check back in on Ethereum. I don't think I even looked at Ethereum. All right, so Ethereum is here within our daily level here. It didn't do much in here. Let's see, we had yeah, we started to get a reaction here off of the 4707 here, which was the next weekly level. This is actually the last weekly zone in here before we hit all-time high. And then we start to see an expansion potentially here for, I've been the biggest Ethereum hater. I just had to cut myself off and say that I've been the biggest Ethereum hater. I have. Even though I can see how bullish it is, yeah, I've just felt that way for some reason. I don't know what it is. But we started to get a little bit of a reaction here off the 4707. You can see right there. But then we did manage to just push clean up into this daily level in here. So if we do see a rejection, which we may not, I mean, we have bear divs, but that doesn't matter. It hasn't mattered, but we do have bear divs in here. Not on this time frame. This is bullish. Yeah, we do have a bear div in here as well. So we have a bear div here. On the 4 hour. But that's kind of bullish. You'll be looking for Ethereum to start to slip the 20 SMA. That's what you would be looking for with Ethereum. And I don't think that we're anywhere near doing that. So the 20 is all the way down here in this box here. And you can see the SMAs. They look really nice in here, look nice and strong here for Ethereum. So it's nothing right now. It just looks nice. I'm gonna take this out. I put this number in here, this 4766. I put it in here because that would have been typically where I would have ended this box. And I explained that. But I added something in that I don't typically look at. Yeah, so 4788 would have been where I would have, or whatever number that was I just deleted, that would have been where I would have ended the range at. But I extended it a little bit, just including some more data. But yeah, we do start to break down below the 4707. You can see the SMA. Is that a 5 and a 10? Yeah, 5 and 10 would start to cross a little bit, but it doesn't look like it will violate here. That's the last place we got to bounce from too. The last time was here. So that's holding pretty strong there on the Bollinger. So I would just look for another bounce away in the event that price did come back down here into this zone, which I don't know how likely that's going to be. If it does, I would look for another bounce away. You start to slip this right here, then we're doing something a little bit different on Ethereum, and we could see a deeper pullback. This didn't do anything here, not on the 4 hour time frame. I think if I push out to like a, let's see, a 1 hour. Yeah, it treated it like a trampoline. but it did nothing. And this was simply just a monthly, was it a 3 month? Yeah, 3 month wick over here. That's what that was, a 3 month wick. And then this is just the event in the event that we take the liquidity here and we come into what would be an expansion on the 3 month time frame and reject instead, and then a push back down here into the 4008. I don't know how likely any of this is to happen. It's just, you know, just an observation for Ethereum. And that was the 4 hour that we were observing for that SMA. So I would watch that on the 4 hour time frame here. All right, we're starting to open up under here. I don't think that we've ever opened under. No, this entire move up, we've never opened under here. So we're opening under the 5 right now. All right. I'm not going to let one candle dictate anything. But again, like I said, if we do start to slip this 4707, then maybe, just maybe, we could come back down here and back test this 20 SMA again here for another bounce away for Ethereum. And if you're looking for it to go to heaven, then just jump in on the long from there. Don't know if it happens. I'm going to set that there. And then, hold on, let me daily for a sec here. Let's see. The measured move that I calculated for Ethereum. Let me see if I have that in here. Yeah, that's my measured move for Ethereum right there. So this is around 9,000. I know a lot of people are saying 10,000, but that's the measured move that I got for it. And that was just coming off of the year-long range that we've been in. So the target is 9,020 for me. And that's just based off of this. The nice young man, Dylan, who asked me, what do I, what's one of my strategies, which is ranges. Inside bar, we start to have a mother bar and we start to put in some inside bars. That's my thing. So we're still within the range right now because we haven't taken out the sorry for the noise, because we haven't taken, turn these off here, the dailies, because we haven't taken out the all-time high just yet. But you can see how we've been inside this candle over here, this bullish mother here with her first bearish baby. And then these, we got the break up, but we haven't broken the range yet. And usually with a range break, you just take that bar here and you be a 1-to-1 on that move, which puts the target. So I can turn that off. Where did I put that thing at here? Which would be a 1-to-1. So it would be here at 9,020 for Ethereum. This was 1, 2, 3. This was a couple of years for us to finally get back up here around this range. So that's nice. It took a long time. I don't really like this for an extension. I mean, it is what we have. I honestly don't like that for an extension. Let me turn everything off that's not necessary here for it at the moment. All right, and that was the 786. It's not a perfect hit on that 786. It looks like it is. 47.92. That was a freaking perfect hit for Ethereum. 47.92. Perfect tap into that 786. So you can see here too on the daily that would just be coming back into the 5 here for the daily time frame, whereas the 20 on the 4-hour time frame, it would just be the daily on the it would just be the 5 for the daily time frame. But if we do start to slip that here on the daily, then like I said, I still think that there is a chance that we could come back into where we got that expansion from, just like we did the previous months, where we even saw a wick outside of the Bollinger, but we got pushed back in. I still think that that could be a thing, but I mean, for now, it looks really, really bullish. So let's just push this up and let's just make this our target, and that's almost slip it just a little bit below it. But that was a nice back test here into the 786 here. I really didn't like that expansion, but it is what it is. All right. And let me see. Um, all right. Let me just do this real quick. For this here. Just assuming that we wouldn't do more than the 50% on this gap in here. Set this back out here to a 4. And let's see how this goes. We'll see how it goes. All right. Ooh, Sui. Sui just nuked on me. It just nuked on me. So it failed that golden pocket. It failed that golden pocket. It is still holding within this range that we identified here. So that's cool, but that's where I get out. If we can't hold here, then that's where I get out because, yeah, that's costing me right now. This is also where we have the 200 EMA here for the 15-minute time frame. So if you are in SUI, just be aware of that. This is the 200 EMA here on the 15-minute time frame is sitting right here, where we're starting to get this little bit of a reaction at. And we start to slip this, then we'll be looking down here, and we'll see if SUI comes in and respects the golden pocket 786 level in here. Wow. Thank you, SUI. All right. Getting a little bit of that bounce there. Thank goodness. Let me just add a notation in here because, yeah. Yeah, we did fall underneath the 200 EMA on Blowfin. Blowfin always gives something extra. Let me see if we did the same thing over here on this 15-minute. Okay, so we did. Pursuing reclaiming it would be really nice and good for me. All right, let's take a look at dominance over here. So Bitcoin dominance, we did finally get that, nice little push down here outside of this channel over here. Of course, you did have your faster break, which came from in here. Actually, on this first fast break in here, turn that off. The first fast break in here, price dropped and then it came back up, and then you would have ended up having to move this. You would have did something like this, or like I like to do, is I like to do it something more like that, and then boom, down here. I'm thinking that dominance could probably get a little bit of a actual bounce. Like we could see it from the lower time frames, but to really see it from this weekly time frame, maybe around 58.50, and then if we start to slip that 54.62, we start to slip that, then 50.82, which all of this is good for altcoins. But we did start to get that little peak out of dominance again here, which push prices up and drop prices back down on many of the alts. See, here's Ethereum dominance over here. So ETH dominance is at resistance here at the lower side here of this box here. Move us to a weekly time frame so we can see that a lot better here. And let me turn this off. So you can see we're just hitting some resistance in here for Ethereum dominance. Alrighty. And let me move over here and jump onto monthly time frame over here. For the VIX continues to put in a little bit of a rollover in here. I had some stuff lined out in here for the VIX. Let me just two-liner. This one. Two. All right. So we can see where the VIX tends to bounce around at in here. It never actually goes into standard deviation 2 on the Bollinger. So, this is just a bounce zones for the VIX. And I have covered this as well. So right now it looks like we are getting a little bit of a continued push down here on the VIX. I don't need that on the VIX. Let me push out to the daily. All right. So no spikes in the VIX. Now here's the surprise one right here. Do you know how many years we have had this trend line? Now it looks much worse coming from let me see. Let me make sure that's what that is. Okay. All right, let me just slide this out. We're still in the support zone here for USDT dominance here. But it looks like we are actually going to lose this trend line for the first time. That's what it looks like to me. Like we will actually lose this trend line. And this, this is the macro of the macro over here. This here. That's a long time for a trend line to hold up very well. And I was saying this the last time we looked at it. I said they're meant to be broken. They're meant to be broken. This is when I had a very nice young lady in the comment section letting me know that MM, you know, he cashed in on some biddy. And I was like, well, I guess it would kind of make sense, if every time we get down here to this trend line here, we see a bounce away, and this, this is inverse to Bitcoin, so this bounces away, people be risk off when we get to here, and yeah, we see USDT dominance take a bounce and Bitcoin take a dump. So I guess that would make sense. But this time I think we're actually going to lose it this time. I think we're actually going to lose it and start a new phase. So then we can all say, yes, this time is different. We can really say it. This time is different. So we'll see how this goes over here. We still have half of the month left to confirm it. But a closure outside of here, that would be different. That would be a lot different. This trend line here is just drawn off the line bias in here. You can do another one right here. But that's what that is for the monthly. For USDT dominance. So the only other one that I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at Solanza's. But in the meantime, let's get back over here on Biddy. All right. So we did not manage to hold this level in here for Bitcoin. So we're getting the breakdown here. And let me take a look at our heat map over here. Let me just kind of refresh some things and see what we got coming up. So we are looking at our next level in here for a potential bounce here for Bitcoin. Let's just draw a fib on this. See what we got happening right now. In fact, I don't really see any real interest in here. I did take away that line that was in here off of this high in here and this high in here. We'll see what Bitcoin wants to do right here. Let's see. I'll just draw something out in here. But this is really not my thought process here. But we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna drop this down a little bit more, and let's go with this, which is a little bit closer to this box in here, which this is more enticing for a bounce right here. Thank you. I'm gonna push this up on the high. Okay, I will. Thank you, love. That sort of omits this one here. And I'd rather include that. My little morning vitamins. So it looks like it's going to roll over. If it cannot manage to get back above that golden pocket, it is going to roll over from here. And we'll be looking at that 382, that 372. Thank you. All right. Let's pull this out a little bit. For Bitcoin. I'm going to put this on a 4-hour. And let's include the 26. Which lines up in here in our support level that we're looking at. So we'll see how that goes. All of this is relatively close together. Thank you. I have the best boyfriend in the world. If you've been tuning in for a while, he brings me breakfast every morning. He gets up and he cooks me breakfast and he brings me coffee every morning. And a lot of times, dinner too. He's amazing. All right. Take a look at our 2 as well here. All right, so this is, I'm sorry, the 1 hour. So this was the golden pocket that we were looking at here on the 1 hour time frame here. This was this within a larger range here. So it just depends, I guess, the time frame you're wanting to trade. Each time frame will give you a little bit, different data. A little bit of different data. This looks pretty good because we didn't see a cross here. So I like that. I still have my long open. I'm not going to enter anything. Psychologically, that's a great little bounce zone. And we'll see how we interact coming back up into this box here now. And I'm going to flip this to red since we're below it. So we'll see how this works out and extend this out a little bit in here. See what we look like down here on the indicator here. All right. Got some nice bullish divergence down here on the 15-minute time frame. Doesn't always play out, but we do have some nice little bullish divergence down here on the 15-minute time frame. Looks like we also have a squeeze happening here on the 15-minute time frame. And let me make sure I haven't done anything like make this read. Yeah, okay. So that's good. All right. So that's fine. There. Here. And again, with a little bit of bullish divergence down here on this 15-minute time frame, tapping back into a key level over here, these highs here, golden pocket here from the 1 hour. And let's see, we just push back up. But we are trading within the standard deviation 1 and 2 at the lower end of the Bollinger Band. Can tell that from looking at the indicator down there. Let's just draw a trend line on this. It's solid, this one. Alrighty. And you know I'm a little bit anal. Yep. So in other words, this trend line is like, hey, you need to get back above that 5 and 10 on that 4 hour. So the 5 and 10 EMA on the 4 hour need to get back above that. Because at the moment it could act as resistance. And that's what my takeaway is for that here. All right. All right. All right. So let's take a look over here. All right, taking a look here at Coin Glass, we can see that we do have some limit orders coming in somewhere down around where that golden pocket is on that 15-minute time frame. If you're paying attention to that, then we do have some limit orders coming in there. Not really in terms of liquidity. Liquidity does sit in a little bit lower here, right about where we actually is exactly where we have that box at. So the box that we were looking at, that first one that has that 26 EMA from the 4 hour time frame, that is here where we see this little bit of this yellow line in here with this liquidity. That is in here. We do have some orders coming in there. So we got quite a bit of long orders in here. Quite a bit. And then let's see, there's 118 down here. I think we did highlight that as well. Yeah, we have all of that highlighted. So those orange boxes over there on that 1 hour time frame, those have been very well respected. Very well respected. So we'll see how we do. All right. Let me change this over to, let's take a look at, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. 1 hour. To 1 hour. I hate this little box. I need to figure out how I make it go away. I hate it. Hold on. That's not going to work for me. See, that is annoying. See that? Okay. So 125.30 here. take a look at the liquidation. All right, just taking a look at the liquidation heat map. So 124.48. This is the biggest cluster right here. 124.48. 124.48. That is that golden pocket drawn off of that 15-minute time frame right here, which is in line with what we were looking at over here. So I'm gonna put us back over here. So that's this. That's this. And then this is what I'm saying in here, where we have this 26 EMA here for the 4-hour time frame, golden pocket, the zone that we're looking for price to come back into. And then this 26 EMA if we do start to lose this in here, which it looks like we are with the golden pocket in here. Can always wait for a reclaim. So, we break the golden pocket. If we reclaim back above it, that'd be nice over here, especially seeing it over here off of the 1 hour, I would say. And then, of course, that little trend line here that we drew out. And I also just plotted over there on CoinGlass here. Let's see how we do within our zone. Let me look back at dominance here. I'm gonna switch the time frame. Let's go to one. See, go to 1 hour time frame. All right. So with Bitcoin dominance, we do have this sort of W formation down here at the moment. You can see how we're respecting this momentum line here at the moment too. And so this is at 59.47. We're rejecting off of it. So we start to break above this. Then we might see altcoins hurt a little bit more here on the 1 hour. So let's see if we can invalidate any sort of a W pattern down here. That would probably put us back into here if it, were to play out or something. But right now we are respecting it and rejecting it. All right, it's good. Silly. Ethereum got some nice little bottoming tails in here after we got that back test here into that 4707, which is the weekly level here for Ethereum. So we are trying to hold it. You can see we're trying to hold it with no closures below it at the moment here off the 15-minute time frame. We just completely nuked through that. No. We didn't. Okay. This is supposed to be potential resistance. The price comes back up. We didn't hold that one. We're here around the 200 EMA here on the 15-minute time. Oh, this is 1 hour. Oh, snap. All right, so we're at the 200 EMA here on the 1 hour time frame. We want to make sure that we hold this. If not, then we have the 400, but we're looking at this 317 to actually hold here. It's a 4-hour level here. that we could respect. But we're bouncing away from that 200 at the moment. I don't like the ribbons at the moment. I mean, they're not everything. We have the levels in here, but it is nice to see where your 200 is, respectfully. Solana just on the 26 EMA here. And we're trying to see that Solana can hold here. This looks pretty good here on the 4-hour so far. See if we'll hold that daily level. And then Sui again. Let me look at ADA. ADA again, we could see if we can hold this 92.80 here on ADA. If we can't do that, we want to make sure that we're holding the back test here of this weekly breakout level here. Want to make sure that we're holding that. If we're not holding that, again, we'll be coming back into what we got the breakout around 82 and 78 here for ADA. So hopefully it's just corrective. We're not doing too much of anything here. And then this was holding up really good as an inside range, and we're breaking that now. So did get a closure below it here. 4-hour. It didn't hold as a 4-hour range, but we looked at it. Anyway, it just didn't hold as a 4-hour range. And we said it was looking like a little bit of a head and shoulder in here. I like the candles in here, showing a lack of momentum in here, especially coming from that large candle there to these little petty ones. So that looks pretty nice. Let's see if we can reclaim the range here. And this is just the if we're lucky, we could see an entry in here for Ethereum. But right now, yeah. Okay. That was the expansion here off of the 1-hour. RSI. I didn't even look to see if we had a squeeze over here on the 1-hour, but it looks like we did. Okay, so we do have a squeeze in here. All right, so far, just looking back over there, that's Sui. I have to keep checking in on Sui because I took that little long position on Sui. Um, Sui wrecks me every time. And that's for sure. Okay, I'm gonna hide my face for a moment. I do want to eat my breakfast. It's about 2 hours cold now, and I do this every time I stream. So I'm gonna do that, and I will keep talking. When I have no music going, like I have nothing in the background, I'm so sorry. And you know, with the SUI, the SUI expansion in here. So we are in the bearish control zone, but if SUI, I'm showing that we can expect some sort of a squeeze and break to the upside here for SUI. Now, sometimes you can continue to pull down a little bit if this just continues to walk the line, but it does indicate that we would see a squeeze breakout to the upside here for SUI. RSI looks good here. We're trying to maintain some sort of support in here. We do have a little bit of bullish divvy here for SUI here. It may not be until I start to see the bullish divvy here on the Bollinger. So we're not showing the bullish divvy here on the Bollinger, but we are showing it down here on the RSI that we have some slight bullish divergence down here. So some slight strength, underlying strength here for SUI, even though I am seeing this little push down in here. So it doesn't mean that we have to come up here and take out this, but it tends to work out that way. I like to see it drop down below the 50 like it did over here for this squeeze to the downside over here. I like to see that. Again, over here, you know, little squeeze in here. So we'll see how this ends up going for us. See if it does much. 2 hour looks trashy. I don't like that. You know, larger time frames are gonna chomp, but yeah. Let's see. So the hopium is that we can maintain the support in here. Could end up putting in. Oof. Hopefully we don't do something like that. Hopefully we don't do something like that. Hopefully. This is just for the sake of it. It doesn't mean that this is happening. I just want to mess around with it, and I don't even have to do it from there. I can just do it from this center. I just wanted to see what I would be looking at if it did. Interesting. I'll leave that there. In the event that something like that does happen, you always want to be prepared. Sort of rounding in here. Take that away. It's MACD. Might can get it. We'll see. We might be able to get that. Maybe, maybe PPI dumps us the way CPI pumped us. I'm going to keep us on Ethereum for now, simply because I know you'll make more money here with Ethereum than Bitcoin at the moment. And then in the background, I'm just going to work on looking at Solana a little bit here. Solana dominance. Let me see. I want to see what it's looking like versus Ethereum for one. Put this on a weekly here. All right, still holding there. It's like a 10% change. Let's see. See if I can minimize this to just some lines in here instead. And yellow, orange, red. So try to make this a lot more readable. All right, and I'm gonna drop that one. All right, and then orange. Excuse me. What's in between? It's not such a big deal. I don't know why I haven't turned my camera back on. Let me turn my camera back on. All right. And then let's see. Set in blue. All right, everything is just still holding inside those ranges. I guess we're waiting on that 830 PPI data to come out. It's purple. All right, so this is just Solana versus Ethereum at the moment. We can see how, back here in April, we reached a peak against Ethereum dominance, and we started to roll over in here. There was a little spot in here. I don't think price action was actually on that, but I just set it for the lowest point in here that we would see support holding here. So that'll be 0.03624 here. If Solana dominance continues to push down, this is where I'd be looking for some sort of potential reversal for Solana versus Ethereum to take place. That be right here. We've seen it bounce away in here a few times before, so this could be a good place for it to hit and then reverse. Right now, things look not looking the best. This is just the MACD here. Let's see that that's bearish. The RSI, it looks like we could be coming to a place here on the RSI. At least this is the second time we've crossed above this fast signal here. I like the way it's sloping down in here. So again, I think once we get down to here about this 0.03624, we could start to see a bounce in Solana dominance. And it started to rise back up, and then we'll see some pumpy action out of Solana and some of its cronies. Still showing the selling pressure in here. We're getting there. So we're definitely getting there. So I would watch that level there. And then of course, if that doesn't work, then forget about it. This is very steep. So want to see that. Just looking at it here. If you just look at even a regular Bollinger, you can see that we're in the bearish control zone. Just riding in between standard deviation 1 and standard deviation 2 here. So not looking the best in here so far. We expanded there, and we even expanded here. So like I said, down here, Solana might get a bounce and Solana dominance start to take back over from Ethereum. Very possible. That was our Bitcoin. Solana at the moment. VIX still on the tumble, and USDT. All right. A little speck of green in here right now for Solana dominance. Just pop back over here on Bitcoin and see what we're doing. All right, so we're still holding the low of the range in here, which is from the 4-hour time frame. We're still holding that at the moment. And of course, a little high over here. Looking at it from the 15-minute time frame. It's that little high right there. Still managing to hold. No cross between the 5 and 10 just yet for the 4-hour. That's also a plus. I mean, that'll happen late in the game anyway. But that's still holding. Let me take a look at the 4-hour again. We have mapped out all of our levels and everything we could be looking at here on the 4. We covered this earlier, so we're still okay. We know that if price does start to get some sort of a, let's just say PPI data just nukes the market. You know, we got the little nasty candle over here on the 4-hour time frame, shooting star candle here, which indicates a reversal. That if we do take out this low one here, we start to change market structure here on the 4-hour time frame. We could be coming back down here into this golden pocket 786 if that happens. So that's what we're looking at down here, where I have this 118.207. This is preventing us from hitting this low here. 786 has a 786. That's the danger zone here on the 4-hour. And of course, our little trend line in here. And this one is just a larger trend line that can be seen from the daily as well as the weekly time frame. This one. And an untapped daily level down here. This was the last print on the daily time frame. It's this one between 113 and 112. I'm not trying to say we're coming down here to do anything like that right now. I'm just making sure I put that out there. Still looking for 130 target. We'll see if we get that before we do any market structure changes in here on the 4. And then the 4, just for reference again on that. Why is that like that? I have the 2 on, to take that off. So that should be okay if something like that happens. This is coinciding with this trend line right here. And if we break it, like I said, we could just do that 786 and then reclaim. So just be on the lookout for that. Just some sort of a liquidity grab off of this trend line right here. And then a reclaim, that's also possible. But this, everything over here would start to look like it's putting in a head and shoulder from what we've looked at with some of the other altcoins as well. Look like it could start to put in the head and shoulder. I know we have bear divs on a lot of this stuff. So hopefully nothing like that ends up happening at the bear div here. Money flow is okay, coming out a little bit over here from, I mean, we can see that from the drop there. So coming out a little bit over here. Drop that. Getting a bearish cross over here with the MACD. We are getting a bearish cross. This isn't the actual one for the MACD, this orange one. It's not. I just use it to kind of speed things up with the MACD from time to time. Like here, if I use just the delta, you can see where the cross comes in at here on the delta, just a little bit faster. It would have been with this candle here. And just try to catch it early, because the MACD is a confirmation indicator and not a reversal signal per se, but a confirmation of what price action is actually doing. We do have a bear div on that as well. We would have to reclaim this, but we did get a bearish indication here also, and also from here. Bulls are still in control here on the 4-hour time frame though. So until proven otherwise, it's just a correction. And we could put in some bullish divergence down here at the same time, which would take price back up. Not saying that it has to take out this candle, but this would be where you invalidate the bearishness. It's coming back above this candle here. Otherwise, we could just see ourselves putting in a shoulder and then getting that bigger push down here for Bitcoin. That's that. Let me just see. So the top side of the cloud does line up with the 786. In the event that that happens, in the event that we lose what we're trying to hold right now, only in the event of that. All right, and our Ethereum continues to hold at 4707. Good for you, ETH. I'll just drop this back to a 15-minute time frame here for Ethereum. I'm going to take this away for now. I don't like this rounding top. And here I go hating on Ethereum again, and I know it. I don't like rounding top formations because they're slow and you think you're looking good and you're just rolling over. Just really slow. I don't like that. But that looks nice. That's your momentum line right here. This is where bears try to push the price down and reclaim of that. That's going to be nice because that'll get you back above these lows in here too. If you were to try to jump into a long right here, you'd be long into resistance. You don't want to do that. So just let that candle drop again before you get enticed to jump into resistance. So either let it drop or let it clear the resistance that we have down here. But I would be careful about longing into the resistance. I'm just amazed at how clean that touch was right there. 47.92. That was so clean. 47.92. 47.92. 0.04. So 4 pennies. That was really clean. That's what I had set between our weekly, and then I gave it a little extra juice over here. And that was this stuff in here. Oh, that's where we at. That's where we at. Let me just see something right here. Okay. All right, our new 4-hour candle just opened up. I don't think that Ethereum was anywhere near any of these EMAs over here. I just want to be sure. Yeah, it's fine. Ethereum is fine with that. Sui's the one that has me a little concerned, but Solana looked fine. And that's the bears right here. Where we got this new momentum, this fresh momentum line here. They did pretty good here. They did pretty good in here. Okay, it disappeared. That means I need to look at something in here. Oh, I did this the last time, I think. I didn't realize that we were underneath the cloud in here. Okay. I haven't been turning this indicator on too much. If I had, I would have noticed this dip over here saying buy me. I would have caught that. With the break there. Right now, this is our level to get back above this pivot here. This is our level to get back above. be some trouble. All right, I like that. All right. So we also had this little pivot in here. Got this little doji out in there. All right, that looks pretty good so far. Pursue. And this time I hope I don't miss it again. I got long off of this consolidation in here around this Bollinger Squeeze in here. And it pumped up in the middle of the night. And I checked it one time and I was like, yay, winning in profits. Went back to sleep because I had not set a take profit or anything like that. I had my stop loss in place, but I hadn't did a take profit yet. Went back to sleep, woke up, and we were below my entry at that point, and I was stopped out over here. So hopefully this works out. Okay, this is the first point of resistance right here already. Back into these lows in here. This is the first point of resistance in here. I also see it from here. First point of resistance in here. See if we do break. We're starting our squeeze. We haven't crossed the 20 just yet, but we're getting there with our expansion. And again, like I said, if we're successful with this, it doesn't mean that we have to come up here and take this out. That's why I dropped this line in here. This could be troublesome. It could be. And then we start looking like we got a head and shoulders, and we measured all of that out. Pursuing. And what I'm going to do, if it gives it to us, is if it allows us to ride in between standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger Band, if we look like we're starting to come out of it, I'm just going to take my profit out of it from there. You know, want to see it come in. Hopefully it doesn't do it that quick, but want to see it come in and just continue to ride in here until it doesn't. And then once we start to lose it, then I'm going to take my profits out. All right. It's a nice little teaser. All right, we are about 23 minutes out from CPI. It looks like we had just tapped that Yeah, we just tapped that at 20. That's what it was showing down here. We just tapped the 20 SMA and rejected.
Love you. Drive safe.
Mhm. Oh, I'll take them. I'll take them. I could take my vitamins. I just wanted to see that real quick. Let me cut that one back off. Okay, so this first attempt up, I can see how when we analyze the resistance here, we also got a little bit of a bear div here. Same thing goes for here. Bitcoin dominance is still nuking. Well, not nuking. It's still in the same range. Um, Candle still red. But Bitcoin is looking like the 4 hour is going to get across of that 5 and 10. That's what it looks like. Let's go, Sui. So it would have been decent if we got the close above this little doji candle in here. That would have been great. Okay, trying it again. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We are doing okay. Come on, Suey. All right, we're sitting close to this 50. So you know if it flips back down, I mean, that was a nice move right there. If it flips back down, then maybe we look for the bullish divergence here off of the Bollinger. Then, of course, you can see here already that first flip down here on the RSI would be below this yellow signal, which usually I don't like that. So hopefully we hold and we keep pushing here in this Bollinger squeeze or lack of volatility because they're not, they don't have that going on. I need to get my nails done. I'm not a girly girl like that. But yeah, it's probably TMI, right? I'm not prissy. Let me put it like that. I'm not prissy. I'm country, so I'm, red dirt. All right, let's see. Biddy's still holding up over here, so that's fine in the moment. We're still above the that high over there. We had that little yellow line. If you're following along. All right, so we slowed down a little bit. Maybe about 12 more minutes. Taking away a few seconds there for the data. Yeah, we're turning back down and let's see. But this will end up playing out at some point soon, regardless. Like I said, if we do drop down, we can look for bullish divergence off of here. Yep, we flipped it. If we do drop down, we can look for bullish divergence. Let me see what Bitcoin is doing. I'm gonna flip us on Bitcoin real quick, just because it's important to the narrative. All right, So we're starting to slip our zone a little bit in here, along with our trend line right here. We haven't moved away too far from it right now to say that it's gone, but you know, we are slipping it at the moment. Let's just slide this one out here. And we've already discussed the 120. That's going to be a critical level for us here for Biddy. So we can see we're merging pretty close here for that cross between that 5 and 10 for that 4-hour time frame. But then we have the 26 in here. We'll set our next zone of interest here off the 15-minute here, which is all of this in here. We'll look to see if we can hold in here. Got a lot of chop through here. If that happens. Take a look at this RSI. And so we're pretty oversold in here as well, with our bullish divvy in here. I still like it. I still like it. I still like it. I still like it for this. If you want to be super conservative with Bitcoin, you can wait for a break above your 20 SMA here on your 15-minute time frame. You can wait for that. We can see the selling pressure is still kicking in here. It tried to dissolve itself a little bit in here, but you can see the selling pressure is still in here. So we'll see how we do if we come into this. Let's see how we do. All right, that was that golden pocket tap there. I'm gonna take this line here away. It is the highs, but you know what? Never mind. I'll leave it on here. I'll leave it on here. I'm gonna flip this one back down. Well, we got a little work to do in here. We do. Based on all this gray, we have a little work to do in here on this time frame. But that can change quick. About 7 minutes left before we get our data. I guess we don't need her anymore. We did hit that golden pocket. So I take her away. Sui's doing good right now. We're trying to push up. Come on, Suey. I hate how we're stalling. We should just be going. Like we should just be accelerating here. So I hate how we keep doing that. When you get a nice candle like this, shaved top, you want to see that continuation of that momentum. We got a shaved top from this. That means that there was no pushback from bears whatsoever on this move up. And we should have been able to keep that same energy on the next candle open to continue pushing prices up here. It will be just like over here. We got the shaved top over here. I mean, eventually we played it out, but we got real choppy in here. We had the shaved top over here. When you have that sort of strength in a candle, the next one should open up from the high and just keep pushing up. That's how it should work. We got an elephant over here or Marabuzo right here. And then we didn't manage to, we want to see that same energy continue when you do something like this. That means that there's no struggle for bulls to do this. And then if you're not opening up and continuing up, then that can give you a pullback. So I play these all the time. It should be like this. You see how this one did? The next one that opens up should open up with strength and continue pushing up. You shouldn't have any problems off of that move. If we should be doing this. That's another strategy that I will play from time to time. You can't just do those by themselves. You can scalp with that, but you can't just trade that by itself. You really need to have some sort of an indicator on. But yeah, and you can dang show scalp them. Come on, Suey. Okay, we're just waiting on this data. Like 50, 55 seconds in and counting. forecasting a 0.2% on core PPI month over month, and we're forecasting a 0.2 on PPI month over month. And then for unemployment claims, 225K. That's what we're forecasting. All right, data's pending on my end. See, look at that volatility kicking in. All right, 0.9%. Forecast was 0.2%, and it's 0.9%. That it's not good for us. It's not good for us. 0.2 was the forecast and 0.9%. Right. An actual greater than forecast is good for currency. Actual greater than forecast is good for currency. So we're paying for that, and that's good for currency. So we did sort of see that with that stall out from that shaved top. You shouldn't ever open up after a shaved top and have a problem pushing up. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna let it finish this thing. Let's see how we do if we come down here into this golden pocket here. This is hurting. Bitcoin dominance is ripping to the upside. Ripping to the upside. Bitcoin is still holding the golden pocket, however. I'm going to be in some trouble over here off of Palantir. All right, pre-market 180 through, and it's dumping. Ooh. Crap. All right, golden pocket tap here for Sue. All right, continuing to nuke. This is what we were looking at for in the event that we did get like a head and shoulder. This is terrible. This is terrible. This is nasty. Freaking nasty. That's our weekly top. Back on that 786. Oh shit. And this is nasty. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, this is nasty. Look at this. Hit the very last green box we had. This is nasty. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. That was one of them DJing candles right here. Like, there was a time when I would see this, and this is nice. I see this and I throw money into it. Like, big candles like that. We'll see. Let's check out volume on this. Nasty. Mm-mm-mm. Absolutely disgusting. Let me zoom out and see what we got. Let's just zoom out. Standard deviation 1. 4 hour standard deviation 1. And remember, we were looking at, the possibility of coming in here, which would have also been what, our 26. Sorry for all the noise. No, that's our 200 catch. So 200 EMA here on the 4 hour time frame. That was the catch over here. Wow. All right, so that lasted until it didn't. I'm still gonna leave this one in here. Still gonna leave this in here. That's what I care about the most. Respecting this low. All right. We'll zoom back out. Jeez. See if we can get some bullish divergence underneath here, but I like the way we're at least trying to bounce here. Like this is overkill here on this move out. My little E indicator was like buy. this one, this one said buy it. We flipped into a purple E. It's like buy it. I'm gonna be in some serious trouble when the stock market opens today. I'm stuck in a long position on Palantir that I had some stuff to do yesterday, so I did not get a chance to close it out before the market closed. Yeah, by the time I made it back in, because I was driving too. By the time I made it back in, I didn't set the stop loss on that one. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I think I entered that one on a whim, and I didn't set a stop loss for that. So I don't think I did on that time. That's the one time I didn't set my stop loss on it because I just saw it dropping and I was like, let me enter on this thing. So we'll see how market looks when it opens. Hopefully we recover. Because my entry was 184, and pre-market with that news, we're sitting down here at 182. So I was 184 and 2 pennies. That was my entry. Somebody making some money, right? That's why it's good to have your levels in here. Let's see what we looking like. I bet this thing is in the sky. Let's see what Ethereum is looking like. What did that do for? Ooh, look at Ethereum. Ethereum over here. This is what we were looking at. Hold on. Was this our long entry? Look. How about we missed it by a little bit? By a little bit. This was our long entry right here for Ethereum. How about that? Dang. 4506. That's what we were looking for. 4506 over here. Just missed it. And that was the we said if price comes back down and taps into that, and it probably moved up too. As soon as the 8 o'clock open, I don't think we came back and checked it, but we said the 20 SMA, and it did. It did. We said it'd catch that 20 SMA, but at the time it was sitting right here instead of me checking back on it at the 8 o'clock candle open, which would have pushed it up here. And then, you would have been able, but I did say to watch that 20. Sadly, yeah. That was a nice entry for anybody who caught that though on that 20 SMA, because that's what we did the last time we got the sell off, we got the bounce from my 20 SMA here on the 4 hour time frame. So just a little matter of, you know, small details when the hour opens up and just coming back over here to check it. But it's a solid entry. That was a solid some quick cash right there for Ethereum. All right. See, that look good on ETH. Oh man. I probably would have noticed it if I came back over here to look at it, but I'm over here on Sue. Sui basically did the same thing, but I just didn't check Sui for that. I didn't check Sui for it. I was just adamant about this in here. If push came to shove, that we would do this. We had this one here to look at, and then we had this one here to look at. And then we had those little golden pockets, things like that in between. But it looks like we just did the no. See, no, we didn't. But we did see it here. We did see it here. So this needs to turn back up. Otherwise, yeah. I think that's why I skipped on it over here. This doesn't even have the same structure anyway. This doesn't even have the same structure. All right, we got some problems right now. All right, we got some problems right now. It looks like we'll see some further recovery here for this. See how much of this wick it wants to eat back into. Let me see. Let's see what we do in here. Pursuing. If it wants to eat back into some of this wick in here. Hopefully it doesn't want to eat the whole thing up again. And we just do about 50% of it. And if you're in equities and that Palantir, this is where I took the loan from yesterday, 184.02. That was the entry that I caught on it yesterday. But yeah, like I said, I didn't set the stop loss on this. I don't think I did. But let me make sure. No, I didn't. I did not set the stop loss on this one. And I couldn't close it out in time. And this was the next level that I was looking for here for, which was the 183.25 to 182.26, and that's what we're bouncing around in between right now. So hopefully this will hold in here. Opens up, I'll take a little bit of a loss on this. Um, yeah, because I don't want to sit in it after we open unless we're recovering. But that was this in here, and just taking into account the gap over here. And we had 1, 2, 3 bounces off of here, which is why I took that long entry over here. After we got that second one and we came down, it looked like a third one would hold too for a possible inverse head and shoulder here. But, you know, data happened and now we've gapped down. So that's going to be that situation. And let me just take a look over here. Robinhood. Still holding the momentum line over here off of the 4-hour time frame. See, AMD, it did end up coming up and taking out that high over there. Not looking too shabby on AMD. And then there, of course, is NVIDIA. Looks like all we did on NVIDIA is come back down here and back test this, the trend line here. So Palantir is the one that's really dumping off because of the evaluation of it. And a lot of people taking more profits off of it. So that's what that is. Let's get back to Sui. All right, and let me look back at Bitcoin. See, it's fine. I'm starting to see where these candles start to minimize in here. Let me look at this from a 15-minute, 5-minute perspective. I'm sorry, 5-minute. 5-minute did give us a big discrepancy down here, but Sorry, just let me check this on the daily. We have to hold. We have to hold. Yeah, we have to hold. All right, let's see what ADA ended up doing. It did hold the back test here, so that's a good thing for now. For now, this is what we discussed on ADA. You know, if we didn't see it holding this 92, if it comes back and back tests this trend line here, which is from the weekly, where we got the breakout of the weekly range, then we might have some problems, and we can see price coming back down here between this 82 and this 78 here for ADA. But so far, it is trying to maintain the trend line here, which again is just this, you know, this trend line through here for now. So weekly is still within the bullish control zone, standard deviation 1 and 2. So if it did again come down here, we'll just come back down here into the standard deviation 2, which would be these two right here, that 82 and that 78. Something like that happen. We would want to see that on the today, because this would look nasty. That happened today, it would look like this. So all right, new candle. Again, just trying to see if we don't bite into more than this 50% here of this wick. Mhm. So we definitely chewed into more than 50% of this wick down here. So I don't like that. Not much coming in from the bulls so far, outside of what we had here. So if we're chewing in on the rest of this wick down here, bulls are not stepping in. Bulls failed in here with the shaved top. Should have just went with that. We have a chance in here for some sort of recovery. We do have a chance in here. With everything we have in here, we do have a chance for some sort of a relief bounce. But right now, it's very strong. We're still outside of standard deviation too. So until we need to start coming back inside of this band. So we're still outside of standard deviation too, which means that this is a strong move down right now. Look at this volume again and see how we're doing. So volume is starting to cool off a little bit. It's stepping down as we're getting this drop in here. Just need to get some confirmation from these candles though. So we didn't. Yeah. Bears are not doing it. I mean, bulls are not doing anything in here. Oh, say that. Oh, sorry for yawning. CPI pumped us, and maybe PPI would dump us. Well, these are some good entries. These are some good entries. All right, bulls. I'm just going to adjust this line here that we put in because, hold on, let me adjust it. Actually, let me put it like this so we know this is the 200 here for the 4-hour time frame in the event. In that event, but right now that looks like our low. I like that. We still have to consolidate though. We would still be consolidating, but that's not bad. That's not bad. Let's see. That looks pretty decent. Let me look back at Ethereum. It took another little tumble down here. It did open this trade up. This was the other thing in here. The fair value gap from the daily. Which is, you don't like to see a fair value gap closure below. I don't even like to see the wicks actually. I don't like to see price action lose that 50%. So that's what this is. It's just the midpoint of the fair value gap is how it's reading on it. That's why it's cut off like that. So the midpoint of the fair value gap in here for Ethereum. I should probably label that, right? 1-day FVG right here. Sorry, these have to match some kind of way. So that is what this is. Let me just bring it in because it's way too far out there. Oh, hold on. Is that this one? No, what am I writing on? Writing on the wrong thing. Hold on. Sorry. Okay. So 1-day FVG here. Alright, so that's that, and it was just a little bit of a wick over on that. Very minor, still holding the range in here. So that was very minor here for Ethereum. I guess I should slide this back out so the writing isn't affecting what we were looking at in here for Ethereum. Nice. I'm not trading ETH though, but if you are, I hope this thing works out in your favor. All right, a little small rejection trying to come back into standard deviation 2 here. Just looking to hold this low. Looking to hold the low. Or this trend line, we'll put it like that. Bitcoin dominance saw a little bit of a rejection after taking out that W that we looked at earlier. We looked at this potential W formation, said that dominance had to get back above here. We was watching it reject a couple of times in here. Did manage to get above it after that information, and we did break this neckline up here, but we didn't close above it. So do want to watch that. Let me just change this to white. Do want to watch that on this dominance, just in case, because if we do start to close above it, we could be changing a little structure over here on dominance for a pushback up inside of the range of this weekly channel here. So I don't think that there was anything. Yeah. I mean, we talked about the fact that Ethereum dominance was at some sort of resistance in here. But so far, this still looks okay. Doesn't look shabby. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we can add this to the mix over here on Ethereum dominance. And then we have, yeah, I want to do that one. Now look out for any closures up below here. Yeah, because we've had none. In fact, well, so that would be the range break here with the closure on the 1 hour potentially. For Ethereum dominance. Okay, see the VIX got a little bit of a pop up. That's fine. USDT dominance look like it may have recovered into this macro trend line here. All right. And then Solana dominance. I mean, we're looking for it to bounce here. All right. I suppose we're waiting on that gap to get filled on Bitcoin. I'm assuming that that's what we're all doing. Looking for that gap to get filled. That drop came relatively close to pushing into that gap. But, we still got nothing just yet. Besides just taking that little bit of liquidity off of that W from that first trend line. Bitcoin has to stop bleeding. It has to stop bleeding, otherwise Sui will keep bleeding and the altcoins will keep bleeding. It has to stop. All right. All right, so it looks like we're pushing back down here into our 4 hour. We start to lose it in here. You're pushing back down into here. And then you have the gap in here. So let's just take a look at that here. And this was the start of that gap. And then I extended it to this little small piece of gap that's in here and not this one here. So I just extended it a little bit in here. So you can see here clearly, like what I said I did, instead of me putting it here, there's a minor gap sitting in here. So I just gave it a little bit overlap or overlay here for the gap fill, but we're still treating it like some support at the moment. It's a very important level. Gap over a gap. It's very important. I don't like these blue boxes back here. I haven't figured out how to remove them yet, but I know I don't like them. And that could be why we're holding here with such strong support, because it is a gap on top of a gap, which indicates that this is just, it's very supported zone. We start to lose it, then it could be strong resistance for Bitcoin. And I'll probably just keep this one over here and just watch Bitcoin off of this 1 hour from over here. But I'm going to take us back over here to check out Sui. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. If Bitcoin is not holding, then Sui won't hold because dominance is rising. All right. That's our ETH. And this will happen too. Like we didn't use this zone as resistance coming up. We're using it as support right now though. A lot of times that'll happen with my zones. If it's not, because I don't change the color to show if it was a support level or a resistance level, whatever. But yeah, if it's not treating it as resistance, then it will sometimes hold it as support. So that's where we're at here on this 4 hour. That looks fine. That looks fine. Mm-mm. Yes, I could turn on that 20, right? Oh no, this is the. Hold on. All right. All right, we are open. Market is open. I am in trouble. I am in trouble. Nah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad on me. Let's see how clean we hit over here off of Palantir, off of that 182.26. It's pretty tight gap support in there for now. We start to lose that. If you're into Palantir, I'd be looking down here at 180 to 178. But for now, nice gap support over here, not taking a low in here. So that looks pretty nice. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Take me back into the money, please, please. I like that. All right. If I could have bought that, I probably would have. I would have bought that 182 on Palantir, but it doesn't allow you to trade until market opens. which is why I got stuck in it overnight because I didn't set the stop loss. And if I had, I probably, would have got a better entry right in here. Come on. Let's see. What we have going on. All right, tomorrow we don't have anything too serious happening tomorrow. I mean, it's impactful. Core retail sales, consumer sentiment. We have those two things going on tomorrow. So 8:30 on core on retail, 8:30 on retail, and then consumer sentiment is going to be at 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right. So for SUI, this is what I'm gonna say. Um, we may not do any more than pushing back up here. We may get caught underneath this resistance in here. We may. But if you were somebody that didn't set a stop loss in here, then you would be able to get out on a pushback up here, unless you added something into it and then you'd be able to get out earlier as long as this continues to push up. I think that this may have been the low for now, at least until we move back up and back test these lows. I think that this may have been it. And then we could do something like from down here, how we got that, move up here, and then potentially come back down again. And let's just hopefully we hold in here. Let's hope we do that. And then we might, we might be able to go up then. But just be aware of that. Could face a rejection in here and a pushback down. Maybe to take this liquidity here and then get an actual pushback up. Let me take a look at nice recovery for Palantir so far. So far, it's a nice candle recovery. I am not in debt anymore. I am barely in any profits, but I am not in debt anymore. I may not trade this volatility, so I might just need to close it out before I do be in, not be looking too good. Let me check SUI here. for liquidation levels. Sweet. I'll go with BitGet. All right, so with BitGet, what I was explaining about the possibility of coming back up and seeing some resistance across here. If we do get that push up, we could see that resistance in here. And then, like I said, we could reject there, come back down, and then take out the liquidity here from this low. So that looks about right then. I've never looked at SUI. I've never looked at liquidation levels for SUI before. This is my first time. And I keep it on the radar from now on because we didn't take that liquidity in here. And then we got some more. Well, actually, this is probably new liquidity. This is likely new liquidity. So we come in and we take this new liquidity from here and here. That could be new liquidity. It's very freshly yellow. Then we'll see. Come up, reject, come back down, take that, and then we see a push up for SUI. Ethereum doing okay right now. Bitcoin is dropping, but dominance is moving down with it. So altcoins should be okay unless they're really flagged to Bitcoin. Really gotta be really tied to it in the moment because dominance is dropping with the price of Bitcoin. That's sparing us over here. But Bitcoin is still holding that support from that zone. Still holding it. So it hasn't dropped lower than it did earlier. I just put it to you like that. It's still there. All right. ETH dominance is trying to hold, so I really need to see that hold. Otherwise, Ethereum dominance could be the thing that starts to hurt the altcoins. Can't win for losing, right? Just make our life easier. Let's see. Because that's what we're doing right now with that 20 SMA. So if I go from this time frame to a different one, leave that white. I'm sorry. That way you can identify this as your 50. I like this candle on Ethereum. Just a few more minutes left on it. My Palantir entrance is now resistance. That's my life. That's the life of trading. All right, we're leaving the zone here, which is nice for ETH if it can hold it. So you get past these lows out of this zone and get back into this zone up here. Hopefully there's no rejection here at the 4707. I'm gonna hide this for now. Looks like you're hitting a 1-to-1 right now. I mean, probably not for you. Let's just say if you enter here, then well, no, you're still good. Yeah, you're still 1-to-1. Maybe you want to push up a little bit more for what it gave in here, but this is still 1-to-1 so far. All right, let's see what we do. If we get past here, if we get past the standard deviation 1 here, push in. Mm. Anyway, if you're in this Ethereum trade that we talked about, I would take some profit. We back test this 4707. I would definitely take some profit here simply because it is a weekly level. We did break above it. We only chopped around it. So if we do reject here, you're not walking away with nothing. It doesn't hurt to take some money. I don't really like trading ETH, so I didn't take it. I don't really care for it. Like I said, I'm one of the biggest haters, so I didn't take it. But if you did, please, 4707, it's a major level. We managed to get above it, but we only managed to chop in here. So, and then if we do start to bust out, and there you have it. 5,000 is psychological. So you could look at that too. In the event the best happens for you. If you're in here and the best happens for you and you weren't in an Ethereum position before, if the best happens for you, then 5,000 would be a psychological level in here. That's some pretty nice. Let's turn that up so I can see. Before, I would have only been looking at this. I would have only been looking at that. This here. It's a nice clue. Just hitting these lows in here right now. All right, I'm struggling a little bit here with standard deviation 1 here on SUI. Let me look back at dominance. Ethereum dominance is still looking pretty good. Still looking pretty good there. Bitcoin dominance still taking a tank, which is great. Solana just down 3% now. XRP almost about 5%, just rounding that off. BNB ain't messing with it, boy. And Tron probably did nothing, absolutely nothing. Nothing happened. Nothing. Oh, something did for a change. For a change. I would have said never, ever would Tron see a sell off. I thought this thing only knew how to go up. BNB. See what that did. This is what we mapped out earlier on BNB. See, just back here around these highs in here. It's not bad. We wicked it though. We wicked it. BNB. Let's see Solana real quick. Just Solana's real easy. We didn't manage to do this yet, which is it deviates below this white box here and comes back up. So we deviated too far. So you would have never taken this trade, which is a good thing because it had to do that first. Solana's pretty simple, very simple-minded to come back into the weekly level. Just 188. Could just be a back test of this neckline that we were looking at too. For let me put this on a 4. So it didn't come all the way back down into it, but this little inverse head and shoulders, whatever this look like it has going on over here on Solana. So I mean that's still intact. That is still intact for potentially getting that move up. That's still intact for Solana here. All right, just need for SUI to behave. Ethereum slowing down a little bit after that nice little candle close there on the 1 hour candle open. Just give it a little bit of time. It did just open. Let's check the volume on that before I get. Oh, it's time for me to go. Nice volume behind it right here. So just want to continue to respect that low in there. All right. Unfortunately, it's time for me to go and finish out my day. So thank you for joining me today. I am Down to Crypto TA. I do this Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. So I look forward to seeing you again. I will update on my X account, and that's at Down to Crypto TA. You can also catch up on some good technical analysis. The Coin King usually reposts anything that I do, so be sure you follow the Coin King, and that's spelled with the DA on X, so DACOINKING for the Coin King. And I will be back in the morning at 5 a.m. All right. So just watch yourself. I do think that this could potentially be a low right now again for SUI. If you are doing a SUI trade, I do think that this can be a low. Do be mindful that if we can get the push up, that it may see a rejection in here, come back down and take out this liquidity, or maybe it takes this liquidity first. I'm really leaning towards maybe pushing up. I'm really leaning towards pushing up in here and hitting the resistance in here first, and then taking the liquidity. But it'll happen in any way that it chooses to take place. Want to see Ethereum to continue to push up. I would lock in some profits on ETH, but we should continue to respect this low in here, or respect the 20 SMA off of that 4 hour time frame. Or like I said, you can just drop this trend line in here and use this trend line instead for Ethereum. Potential rejection in here at this 4707, since we did just manage to chop around here when we got the push up above it. So look out for that. And if it gets there, really lock in something. And then hopefully, the best things can come out of Ethereum to continue to push up. I mean, it has been up only. So I mean, do have to keep that in mind. It has been up only. On the negative, because we always have to discuss the negative here too. We cannot just discuss the good. Let me just so you can see. So on the negative, this would be your zone, and potentially where price expanded at on the negative. So set your stop loss, get yourself a better entry if that happens on a negative return. Okay. So this here is 43.26 all the way down to, just go with the 41.09, which is where the expansion took place, which is the high of the Bollinger Band on the monthly time frame. So that's what this is. It was the high of the Bollinger on the monthly time frame. So on the negative, that is what you would be looking for. Preferably it comes in and it respects these highs in here. If you do start to see any further push down, it respects these highs in here. If not, then you could be looking at that. In fact, I don't really do this too often. It's not really my thing. I'm gonna go from here to here. Come on, if it gives it to me. All right, so there it is. So here are your highs in here with your point of control in here. And then this is showing that this is your value area low. I don't really like to do it like that personally, but yeah, I don't like to do it like that. But if you're somebody that likes to do the fixed range volume profile, then you could piggyback off of this, that we come down and we just simply respect the highs in here, and we get the bounce up, and we don't come all the way down here into this expand level in here. Still got that great liquidity down here. I can say that. Still got some great liquidity down here, which is why I keep throwing that in there. If the worst starts to happen. All right, that's my VRVP right there. All right, with that said, have a wonderful day and hopefully I'll see you here tomorrow.